I bought a new memory card.
And all the old, I can't believe those pictures.
Figure out where we are. Now there's the freeway. There's clouds.
I forgot my neck.
I'm trying to figure it out. Trying to figure out what road that is. I think the freeway's probably on that side. Actually, I think that might be Waukesha. It's hard to see.
We're just passing through 10,000. Seatbelt sign is on. For your safety, we ask that you please remain seated with your seatbelts fastened. Once the captain has felt in
never could figure out how to shift the gears. A friend of mine had one, and I could not figure it out.
Right? Chuck wagon. Eat the vittles or go hungry.
That makes my back hurt.
You ain't doing it.
Had a great dinner and enjoyed it. I'd like to thank some people. Ben Haas brought his brother John's band organ for us to listen to. Thank you very much.
Powered by a John Deere.
And the band organ came all the way from Casper, Wyoming. And I'd like to thank my brother Bob and his family. This is their Cottonwood farm where they have a pumpkin bash. And one of the steam engines is his. And thank you to my cousin Jim and his family for bringing their steam engine and for providing the And I would especially like to thank my friend John Shafter. John has been here since last night preparing this meal for us tonight. And it is as authentic a chuck wagon dinner as you will find anywhere. And I love it. Now I'm going to turn the program over to my friend John. Thank you.
Thanks, Jared. Thank you. It's a privilege to be here tonight. We thank you for letting me do that.
say it looks
Thanks,
like
Jared,
Teddy
for inviting me
Roosevelt.
back. We did it, what was it, about 10 years ago? We cooked for the group? Or it was in '04, so it was 11 years ago. Okay? We cooked down at 4 Mile Park that night. But I want to tell you just a bit about myself. I'm one of those cowboys who I wish I'd been born 100 years ago, and my wife wishes I had been too. If I had been born 100 years earlier than what I was, I would have been just the right age to be one of the cowboys on one of the first cattle drives out of Texas. Shortly after and I want to give you a little bit of a background about the chuck wagons and the trail driving days in my show here tonight. And I won't keep you here too long. I'll just do a few poems. But the first chuck wagon was built in 1866. After the Civil War, the cowboys started moving cattle north. A lot of the men who lived in the South were out of work after the Civil War. They found out that there were hundreds of thousands of cattle running wild in Texas. And the West was starting to be settled, and there was need for beef up in the east part of the country. They started driving. They started rounding those cattle up, putting a road brand on them, and driving them to different points, north and west and east. And when they started doing that, they just took whatever provisions they could pack on back of mules or horses. And but then in 1866, Charles Goodnight, you might have heard of the Goodnight Loving Trail. Charles Goodnight came up with the idea of taking an old farm wagon and putting a cupboard in the back of it the table would lay down, the cupboard lid would lay down and make a table. If you see that chuck wagon, that's about as authentic as you can get. And every chuck wagon was just a little bit different. But the interesting thing about that first drive out of Texas in 1866 with the very first chuck wagon, that chuck wagon left and the trail herd left Belknap, Texas in spring of 1866, headed for Golden, Colorado. The gold mines in Golden, Colorado, just a few miles from right here. So some of those cattle might have actually been bedded down right here for that first chuck wagon. You just never know. But I want to give you, like I say, I want to give you a background about myself. I grew up down in Louisiana. There's some Louisiana folks here I know from New Orleans, right there. But I grew up just north of New Orleans, about 200 miles. But as a young teenager, I met an old gentleman who was in his 80s when I met him. He was an old cowboy, and he had grown up in that same part of Louisiana where I grew up. And I got to listen to a lot of his stories. And he told me that as a young married man, he was born in 1882, and as a young married man, which would have been about 1910, he loaded his family up in a covered wagon and went to West Texas. He could have bought farm ground in West Texas where he wanted to farm. He could have bought land for 25 cents an acre. The bankers, is there any bankers here tonight? Well, they're not going to admit it anyway. But the bankers told him 25 cents an acre was too much money to pay for farm ground. So consequently, he loaded his family up in that covered wagon and came back to Louisiana, where 50 some odd years later, I got to meet him as an old man, and I was a young teenager. And he told me, he said, that land I could have bought for 25 cents an acre is now downtown Abilene. He said they sell it by the square foot. He said I could have been a millionaire. But folks, I want to tell you, I'm a millionaire many times over because I met Mr. Wales, a man, and not for what I've got in my pockets, but what I've got in my heart and in my head, for the things that I learned from a man by the name of Mr. Wales. Here's a poem that I wrote called Me and Mr. Wales. It's just the relationship of an old cowboy and a little kid who wants to grow up to be a cowboy. That kid was me. Here's me and Mr. Wales. I was a kid of 12 or maybe 13 when I met the oldest man I'd ever seen. He was 82 or 3, but healthy and tough as nails. And I came to love that man, the man I called Mr. Wales. He had lived way back when the West was almost new. That old man was a cowboy through and through. Now, I'm not lying and I'm not bragging. I knew that man who had traveled west in a covered wagon. With him, my mind could journey back to the past when the West was open, wide and vast. I could listen for hours to his Wild West tales, and I came to love that man, the man I called Mr. Wales. He helped set my cowboy way of life on course, but he showed me how to break and ride a horse. He told me how to love and care for pasture land, and taught me how to rope and how to brand. When we tried a task that seemed so unsurmountable, I'd hear him say, perseverance overcomes every obstacle. On those cold winter days, we'd be together feeding bales, and I came to love that man, the man I called Mr. Wales. Many an hour we worked together side by side, and it broke my heart the day that old cowboy died. One night he didn't come home and it's getting late. We went out and found his body just inside the pasture gate. My only consolation as we laid him to rest was that he died at 85, doing what he loved the best. His memory is still strong and never fails, because I loved that man, the man I called Mr. Wales. Can't help but feel the closeness of a God in heaven and know he's really real. This little cowboy gathering keeps it going till the embers are but aglow. The bedrolls are out there waiting, but no cowboy wants to be the first to go. One by one the heads start into nodding, and then one cowboy gives in at last. The other cowboys follow suit and heading for their soukins, for the night is fading fast. As they settle quickly into bedrolls, nobody says a word. Now all is quiet in the cow camp, except for the night guards singing to the herd. Such a peaceful time out on the prairie, with the cows and cowboys sleeping in the night, when the full moon's softly glowing and the stars are shining bright. Thanks, folks. I'm going to cut it off here. I know you got to get back to your hotel. And thanks again for letting me do the cut through tonight and give you a little history of the trail riding. Thanks, Jere.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed it. The dinner, the poetry, the history. Thank you. Thank you. Folks, we can look around just a little bit, use the restroom, the wash station if you need to, and move toward getting on the buses, and we'll go back to Denver. Thanks.
So this stuff that was somewhere like, you know, just a regular stack that's playing most of the notes, but then the melody notes and
These and these are actually together.
there's two.
Want to play it?
Go ahead.
One of these
That's my role.
What's your name?
Kevin.
What does that do?
It's a solo. It's a solo adjustment. It raises and lowers the intensity of the melody, and raises and lowers the intensity of the bass. These are playing on a different
Yeah, turn it off once and see. Just like you were demonstrating it.
Most they don't like the demonstrating, it's a sustain pedal.
He does that once in a while.
Convention, the trill on the between the two
Yeah.
stacks.
Yay. The roll.
What was that piece of music?
It's a demo. They're like
It was a demonstration roll.
for a sale that they use to sell the piano. So you would really have to practice that. There's so much
Oh yeah.
going on.
I've just played it straight through without anything.
Shall we write up the
Understood the value of, of having a standard. So you knew if you bought another piano, you could take your horse with it. Or you could swap them with your friends. Well, he was an older guy and he tended to think that if you created exclusive stuff, it stuck you to your brand.
It was his way or the highway.
Yes, exactly. And
Art Reblis pointed out that, you know, he wasn't able to use certain things because
But he regarded Aeolian as the devil. And he wouldn't do anything, that's why he got. I wouldn't mind betting that this was launched to compete with the Themadist.
when was it even introduced?
1906.
This was introduced in 09.
Exactly. The Themadist is a 65 note scale. That's why the snake bites are double width, because they're 65 note slot. They probably were making theme pianos in 1904, but they formally launched in 1906. Because Aeolian had more money. There's a guy called Frederick Bourne who'd been the president of Singer Sewing Machines, and between 1900 and 1910 he put $12 million at those days' prices into Aeolian, which meant they had money to burn.
Huh.
Your turn. And because it's a classic case. If you've got more money,
I didn't know you played.
he doesn't. It's just a dream.
It's a dream.
The dream brought on by lack of sleep. It is truly lovely piano, isn't it?
It is.
A lot. When you come to Amica conventions, you hear these American upright pianos. There's a very distinctive sound to them. They have a big flappy sound. They want a big sound, so the soundboard isn't very tightly coupled to the strings. It's a bit like driving a large loudspeaker off a small amplifier. You know that you can't control the German pianos tended to very tightly couple, so they give a very tightly controlled sound. So a lot of what you hear on this is much closer to a German style piano. It's a very high quality piece of work compared with a lot of the sort of the alto pianos and stuff that you're often very big sound, they're boomy. But that is a proper quality piano.
Was it? Yeah.
It is, isn't it? Just. And it's interesting, isn't it? But I love how he had London. Because you won't ever see one in Britain. He probably sold 3.
Yeah, what was the deal with that?
Well, he sold.
He had an office in London?
Yeah, well, they issue catalogues there, and you get Apollo catalogues. Because have you got the copies of them? I think I sent them to Rob, and he's probably sent them around. We got 4 Melville Clark Apollo catalogues from about 1908, 1909, and probably for a few years in London they probably did have a sales room. But I've literally never seen a piano.
I have seen a German piano with one of those.
Yeah, what was that called? I have a picture of it.
Heinzmann, yes, that's quite likely. It's certainly a real name.
Is it one that I sent you?
I think I found it somewhere on the internet years ago.
Oh, yeah.
It's because there were all sorts of odd experiments. Have you ever come across a Trist player? They actually perforated. They had 2 sheets of paper with a sheet of foil, metal foil in between. And if they cut through, and everything had to be cut twice. And the first plate pneumatically. If they punched all the way through. If they only punched the top sheet, and there was a separate stack which played off electrics. Again, same thing to try to get this. You never see the rolls with the foil on them, but you do see them. They stripped them off and they had to sell them, and they overstamped as a pneumatic roll.
Really?
And they were made by Melographic for Trist Company. But they were sold in Britain. And there's and other ones, there's one which used large and small punches. They would punch the rolls, and the theme notes are cut with a bigger punch and they, again, I think they had 2 bleeds, so it activated the action. And the big solo theming one, which you won't ever see here, but they were sold by Triumph. They call them. It was Triumph. They used auto piano stacks. What they had is they had a muffler in each valve. They had a ring with a little ring pneumatic, and it was inflated. If you wanted to theme that note, you dropped it, and they had a section of 9x9 tracker holes at each end. And as the theme note went down, it would accent 9 rows across, one after another. And so to get the accenting, it would actually do single note accenting. And it did it by releasing the mute. And a standard auto piano stacks with this extra thing put into them. But because the first time you got a piece of dirt in, that note stops to muffle and it themes. And so they play perfectly when they are first restored for about a week. And Caston was an extraordinary company. They were still making pistols.
it's supposed to do.
got so he went to the dance even if he couldn't walk. So there it was. I'm going to play a set of pork pipes. When I first heard of dances in New Hampshire in the 1970s, but it would have been popular in America in the 1860s and 70s. It's Fisher's hornpipe, Saratoga, good for the tongue, I think it's a flute piece, and Cincinnati. And I have a recording, Mark Twain's America, which I did for this, and there's a connection to Twain that he heard one of the well-known pianists of his day had been born a slave. His name was Blind Tom, Thomas Bethune Wiggins, who apparently could play anything he heard. And if I had a mic, I would tell you more about it. I'm going to blow my voice out with that talking. But Mark Twain. world music into it. And I was probably the only person who went through the program who didn't play jazz, and still don't really play it per se, but I have been enjoying stretching my wings. And my latest recording, True Blue Waltz, is an example of that, where I'm playing waltzes, but not really waltz for waltzing. It's just more mood music, but taking tunes from the contemporary folk scene all over the world. And I'd like to play one, True Blue Waltz, by David Kahn in Seattle. He plays old-timey music. You could ask me after the concert what that is, but it has to do with Appalachia. And so, True Blue Waltz.
this is one of those rolls. Sometimes you think you just buy things, it's just yet another something and rather add to it. These are some rolls that Rob recut years ago, and these issued probably most of the Lem Fowler rolls. Lemuel Fowler, incredibly elusive New York stride pianist. The only real record of him is that he recorded some stuff, but in later years, Lawrence Cook said he turned up to touch him for some money, and he appeared in a perjury case against Spencer Williams about saying that he'd actually done it. So, play one more. And this is amazing what power you can get with, effectively, he's playing single finger. Not a technical pianist, but incredibly effective. His rolls are just astounding. He's 1927, 28. This is very, very late. He was supposedly the last hand-played artist who recorded for Pure. Probably done as a charity act by Lawrence Cook. So after that, everything was mentioned. And these are just astounding rolls, and some rolls just change your life when you hear them. And this, I have to say, I just was astounded that there's music like this available. I had to play it when I saw it in the box.
And the name of it?
It is Percolating Blues by Lem Fowler. And it's got the most wonderful lyrics where he's obviously shouting out, "Percolate them keys!" Not in that accent, obviously.
Did you say Lem Fowler? L-E-M?
Lem.
L-E-M, Lemuel Fowler.
As in Lemuel.
Quite tracked, sorry.
Well, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Very difficult decision this year, but what's that? Yes. On behalf of the judges, this year, the 2015 Denver Convention wood seat goes to Mr. Robert Delaney.
Competition was great. You guys were awesome. Yeah, it was speak. It was fun to play favorite roles for people. So
I hope there's room in the Toyota to drive that home to Chicago. Thank you all for coming. The complimentary beer and wine is right out here at 5:30, but at 6 o'clock over in the ballroom, we have a complimentary drink for everyone, and then we have a wonderful buffet and dinner dance with the Queen City Jazz Band and Wendy singing some of our favorite songs, so go put on your dance shoes and whet up your appetite and have a good time.
Is this your brother's piano? This was the one you figured never had the solo in it, right?
I think I don't know. I don't know whether it's good or not.
oh yeah, no, it's 2 for 1 day. It's like the joke about the accordion player, right? Yeah.
I'm Mark.
How are you, Art? You know that joke about the guy, the accordion player?
I wasn't here, I just came over. Are you from here?
Were you here when we were figuring out how it worked? Okay, what it is this thing, the 88 notes play here, and then there's like another 88 out here that is a second stack, and you decide how loud you want that to play. This is the loudest and that's the softest. If I get that right, or it's the other way around. So when I have it this way...
Sorry, is this a recut roll or is this
This is an original one.
There are no recut rolls.
sitting here. A piano desk.
Wrong place, right?
Piano, is that piano desk? Who makes that?
Mason and Hamlin now, but
Bring it, Monty, bring it.
We are so glad to be here. We have enjoyed this evening immensely. You guys are indeed a so please applaud yourself being a great audience as you are.
I miss your cookies and milk.
Please come visit us at QueenCityJazzBand.com.
I missed your cookies and
You can
milk.
join our online family
Still have it.
and hear from us for the rest of your natural lives. It's also a great place to be able to order CDs. We have lots of them out there. We've done probably 30 in this most recent configuration of the band, at least since I've been in it, and we probably still have about 10 of those current. So please come visit the website. We have books. We have honorary CDs for the original band. We have all kinds of stuff there. Please come and visit us. Once again, QueenCityJazzBand.com. We're going to finish with a song, as is only appropriate, a song about music. What good is melody? What good is music? If it ain't possessing something sweet, like a melody, like the new. But there's something else.
What would this be?
The Apollo Marching Two-Step.
Thank you.
Now, you know what this means. This means you have to get a player piano. And I know the guy who could find one for you. Oh, you do?
Yeah, but something happened to it. I don't know. He's got to fix it.
He'll fix it.
It's his.
You could have another one, a full-size one. I love the label on it.
It's original.
That is perfect.
Yeah.
We'll see you later, Jerry.
Bye, Kevin. I'll be over to that room.
Yeah, all right. There you go. That's a long one.
One more time.
There you go.
Lord.
Stars and Stripes. Yeah.
Well, the Apollo arrangement.
Yeah, the one here.
Do we have it?
I think so. You brought it. That's the one I brought. Yeah, he has it.
The long version. Is that 16-inch or 18-inch?
The 60-inch plays on that piano.
Yeah, that's a pretty good, especially when they go to the da 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 da. serenade or theme strum or something that everybody knows. Spring song by Mendelssohn, played with a lot of expression, and then like half of that
Well, the tape's holding.
Well, I've got other roles with it. I mean, they're on the version. So I don't want to
Right. But you know, the thing is that I think the solo quality is more evident in ballads than it is in
This.
in rags, because there's a lot of doubling of notes in the rags anyway.
That's a good roll, though.
Yeah,
It's really a good roll.
Really fine roll.
You want to play this?
Which one is it?
Schubert's Aeronite. Egbert.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. I've never heard it before. I think I heard one missing on one of the rolls I was playing.
I'm so glad you're here.
You got the touch for the buttons. That's a pretty good one.
Oh, that's a great roll.
Yeah.
It's expressive, and it's kind of, it's not a dreary roll.
Yeah,
It's got
a lot of them are.
and these little
Yeah.
trills, those are good.
That's a good classic, though. That is just good. I like this, the one thin pneumatic there compared to the rest. Mine doesn't have that.
And look at down here, you see there's a big gap.
Yeah. That's nice. Is that one of them small?
I don't really know. Look at this, Kevin. There's some of these notes that push down on this, and then this releases, and the
Solo is still on.
Down. Watch it when I play this, and you'll see it. It helps one.
Wow, that I never noticed that.
I never noticed it before either. You know.
Yeah. for Sioux City, Sioux.
I'm going to hopefully tell you a little bit about the Apollos and their development, their history, and also I would really like to show you how to find the dates and the history and the information that's contained in the pianos. Art Reblitz, Terry Hathaway, and I are working on a registry of Apollos so that we can chronicle the history of the pianos in the Melville Clark Company. This piano is the oldest one that I have seen or that I have. It came from Tacoma, Washington. This year, Troy Taylor found it. It was in a warehouse with $100 player pianos that probably would have gone to the dump had he not found it. It's completely original. Even the hoses are original in it. The spool box has been polished, but it is the original finish. This piano plays 2 sizes of rolls only. It plays 58 note rolls, which the 58 note rolls look like this. They are made by the QRS company, which of course was one of Melville Clark's companies. And they're a fairly small roll, and they're 6 to the inch punchings. When you're playing a 58 note roll, you just switch the spool and put the small one in. This piano even came with its original 58 note spool. Then the other size roll it plays, I'll hand you one from right there, is the 88 note full scale Apollo Concert Grand Roll. And they're the big wide 15 1/4 inch rolls with 6 to the inch spacing. And these also are QRS rolls.
When were they introduced?
We aren't entirely sure yet, but
1902 maybe?
What?
1902 probably.
Okay.
That's when the Apollo Concert Grand Push-Up flat piano player was introduced. That played those rolls.
Notice the name on that one?
This is the Grizzly Bear. There were lots of good rolls, and good music. Now, this piano has 2 switches in the spool box, and one says off or 70. The other one says off or 82. Well, when I first got this, I thought they must have made 70 and 82 note rolls, but nobody had ever seen one. Well, an Amica member in Oregon has piano number 3700. This is 4074, and he's had his for a long time, and it works. Well, these are not roll sizes. These are couplers, so that when you put on a 58 note roll, you can couple an extra octave on the bottom, and you can couple an extra octave on the top, so that essentially 82 notes on the piano will play.
Is it a pneumatic coupler?
It's a slide. It's a slide switch that moves hoses to couple them. Also, this piano has little drop downs that drop down to allow for the 58 note roll. Now, Melville Clark came from a history of building reed organs. So having couplers on a player piano seemed logical if you were building reed organs, because reed organs have couplers. And then it also has a switch to switch from 58 to 88 note rolls. It has a wood tracker bar, transposing tracker bar, and it's just a really interesting piano. This piano also is still completely original. I doubt that it was played much. Hoses are original, pneumatics are original. Also, this has a 3-tier stack of pneumatics. You've noticed all the others have 4-tier stacks. I've only seen, well, less than 5 3-tier stacks, and they've all been with serial numbers below 5,000. The company was located in Chicago, in the city of Chicago, through 1904. And the city fathers of DeKalb, Illinois, about 60 miles from Chicago, worked really hard to bring the Melville Clark Piano Company to DeKalb, which they did during 1904. The new factory was built. They opened production in DeKalb right around the first part of 1905. They were still building lots of push-up players. They called those Apollos. But this piano, nowhere in the piano does it say Apollo. It only says Melville Clark. I don't know, these are just variations that come along. This little placard tells the story of this piano, but in spite of being 109 years old, that's remarkable bass and sound for a 109-year-old piano that's probably hadn't been tuned for 75 years. When I had it tuned and pitch raised up to 440, and it came up just fine and sounds like it does now. It will play. It doesn't play great, but you can give it a try and know that it's 109 years old and it's original.
Jerry, I got a question. Did they figure out so that it didn't get lost? Does this mount somewhere inside the piano?
Surprisingly, it does not.
Oh.
So I am totally
for storage
amazed.
purposes, I was thinking.
Yeah, totally amazed that both of the take-up spools are still with the piano. The next piano in the development, that one's 4074, and this one is 8587. And they've made quite a few advancements. First of all, they got the adjustable take-up spool, so you didn't have to change the take-up spool each time. And the spool boxes, rather than being the bird's eye maple, now match the cabinet of the piano. If you had a walnut one, your spool box and take-up spool are walnut. If you had an oak one, it's oak. Most of the pianos were mahogany. This is the top of the line. It's called a Model L, and it has the round molding, the big wings on the side. This piano has had quite a bit of restoration work, but the strings and the pins and the hammers are all original. It plays pretty well. This piano only has 2 buttons on the key slip, and one's for the soft pedal, one's for the damper pedal. The reason it only has one for the soft pedal is because it has a Wessel nickel and gross action, and it has lost motion compensation for the soft pedal. If you play by hand, come over and play this piano and step on the soft pedal, and you'll notice there's no lost motion because it compensates for that so that you don't feel it. it's a great high quality piano. This one has a split rail, so that it has bass soft, damper pedal, treble soft. They were always pneumatically operated. They were never mechanical levers. Now, this one has a full 88 note scale of 6 to the inch holes. And on the this full box, you can convert 88, 65, or 58 note rolls just by the switch here and adjusting. They also had eliminated those fold down things for the different size rolls. And this one has an adjustable latch for putting it in different size rolls. The full 88 note Apollo Concert Grand 65 or 58. Then it has an 88 note scale of 9 to the inch holes, so it will also play regular modern rolls. This piano is 1909. Now the dates in the Pierce Piano Atlas are approximately 4 years off. And we know this because the pianos are dated. Almost 99% of the pianos have a plate date, and they also have an action date, and some of them additionally have a keybed date, and some of them are signed, actually not full names, but initials of technicians who put them together. Usually the plate date is 2 to 4 months ahead of the action date, but sometimes the action date will be first. My guess is that actions were constructed and set on a shelf awaiting arrival. All the plates have a plate design number on them. I've only seen one, possibly two pianos that don't have a plate number. The plate number, I'll show you on one of these. It's located on the bass, and actually you can see it right here. These two are number 0 plate design. This piano is plate number 10. And if you look at it, it has quite an unusual design for the bass bridge, string layout. It's quite different. Number 12 is the most common plate number, but 0, I've had 7s, 10s, 11s, 12s, and then usually it jumps up to 20. And I don't know if they had every single number in between or not. That remains to be found out. But if you all find an Apollo, you can tell me. So do take a look at this one and see the number 10. Right under the number 10 plate design on the soundboard is impressed in the wood the serial number. And this one is 12563. This piano has a plate date of January 8th, 1911, and an action date of February 7, 1911, and a keybed date of May 28th, 1912, signed JLG. So that may have been the technician. Right over there in the corner, you see a picture from the factory. Bob Berkman found that picture as a postcard and emailed it to me, and I had it made into a poster which hangs in my shop. sometimes I talk to those guys, and sometimes I get answers. The piano in the center is virtually identical to this one, but it is a little earlier. For only a short time, they put the tempo indicator here, which would swing out of the way for roll loading, but it's still a pain in the neck. Surprisingly, it's not broken off. Usually the tempo indicator was down below. Let me show you the plate dates. Usually, the plate date is in the lower right-hand corner in the older pianos. This one is January 8th, 1911, and you'll see the 1811. This piano and the twin piano that was right here are only 26 numbers apart. Their dates are within about 10 days. And both of them have the same plate date, which is just 12/12. For some reason, they didn't put the day in. It's December 1912. So, and then the actions and the keypad dates are in the spring of 1913.
Did this company ever make any expression pianos?
Well, yeah, we're going to get to that.
I'll leave.
Yeah. If you notice the plates in these, they're quite elaborate. This one doesn't say Apollo on the plate. This one has quite an interesting plate. We could, let me take the front off. Oh, and also, that one only has a single door over the spool box. This one has a single door, but it also has a glass door. That one doesn't have glass, so the early ones I don't think did. Notice the plate on this one with patents all over the place. The last one is 1907. Some of the early pianos had Melville Clark Apollo in a separate piece of the plate up here with all the patent dates. And these early ones just have a big opening for the tuning pins rather than having holes in the plate for the tuning pins like this one. So they were constantly making changes, improvements, upgrades. The original pneumatics were covered in leather. I have recovered them in pneumatic cloth, but this one I covered in leather just because it had to be beautiful besides working. These pneumatics are definitely not as tight as pneumatic cloth, but they still work fine. So it works. This piano has a brass tracker bar, a regular 88 note scale, and all of the pianos from the beginning to the end had transposing tracker bars, and none of them ever had an automatic tracker. They have a thumb screw which will move the tracker bar back and forth so that you can transpose the music, and if it needs adjustment, you can move it back and forth for proper tracking. But once a roll has played a couple of times on an Apollo, it rarely needs tracking adjustment. yesterday at the pumper contest, I think that the tracker only had to be adjusted once for one roll. And if you notice, Apollo rolls never have ribs. I love it. No automatic tracker, yes. The spring wound motor was standard equipment in the early pianos. But that picture, which is approximately 1912, if you look at the back piano, it has an air motor. But in the Music Trade magazine, there's an article announcing the option of the air motor in 1916. But I have seen pictures of early Apollos that had air motors. Why they didn't advertise it or make it an option that was mentioned, I don't know. But the spring wound motor works great. This piano, 109 years old. Look at that. The spring motor still works and drives that roll just fine. They're amazing pieces of equipment. They advertised a picture of one of these in a jar full of water saying, it even works underwater. They made improvements in the spring motor as well. The first one and this one don't have it, but by the time it got to this one, if you look on the top of it, there are two little oil holes, and they have little brass tubes that go down to the major turning points on the gears and the spring, and you just fill the little oil cup on top, and they're oiled up automatically. So it kept these motors running great for years and years and years. They're reasonably easy to take completely apart, and if you have a nice Colorado one, it polishes up like this. This has had no replating, it's just polished. They have a slip clutch right in here. The action of the pedals winds it. If you have an electric motor, there's a third winder, which is run with a little flywheel down below, which winds the spring. And a slip clutch here so that when it gets tight, it slips and won't overwind it. The question was brought up about expression. Well, the solo Apollo was introduced in 1909, and I believe it was 1912 that the solo art Apollo was introduced. And the solo Apollo had two stacks of pneumatics. It has a full 88 note stack. And in the case of this piano, it has a second stack below the key bed, which plays the solo notes. And it uses the full tracker bar. The first, I can't remember now, one end has 29 notes, one has 30 notes. It has a 55 note stack, but in the center, 4 of them overlap to account for the transposer, so that you can still transpose keys on a solo Apollo roll. So these notes, 1 through 30, and then your 88 note main stack, and then 31 through 130 something. How many notes are there, Art? Oh, he's not here. Okay, about 132. The Solo Apollo, this one anyway, does not use the bottom 3 holes or the top 3 holes. Those would be expression holes if you had a Solo Art Apollo. The Solo Art Apollo would adjust the expression automatically. And it was the first piano that they built that was introduced with an electric motor or foot pedals. You could use either one. This piano is set up with the adjustable spool mechanism, so that just a simple click and push on the button and adjustment of the bottom spool will allow this to play regular 88-note rolls. So the purpose of the solo stack and the Solo Apollo was to be able to accent the melody, bring the melody out. If you read this poster and the poster right where Kevin is standing, it tells about the virtue of the Solo Apollo. It was just as close to perfection as humans could build. And all the time I was building this, I was hoping, oh Lord, please let this be as good as the advertisement. I'll play just a little bit of a solo roll, and you can hear it. It was quite a challenge getting this piano done. It had some issues. Robin Pratt in Ohio sent me an email 5 years ago and said, Jerry, there's an Apollo on eBay. And it turned out, Robin in Ohio telling me about an Apollo on eBay, this piano was a mile from my house. And it was advertised just as a player piano. They had no idea it was a Solo Apollo or what that was. The ad said cash only. They wouldn't take PayPal or checks or anything. It was cash only, and you must pick it up right away. I gave the guy $15 and said, keep the change.
Did you know who you were bidding against?
I called every piano mover I knew and said, I have a piano that must be picked up this afternoon. When can you get here? And one of them picked it up, moved it to my shop that day. Well, I knew it was an original Denver piano, and I knew it was only 26 numbers from my brother's piano. And I was really excited about it, thinking that I could put some new tubes on it and it would probably play. But after I got to the shop, I realized that somebody, I have no idea why, it could be someone who was totally stupid, a child, or somebody vindictive, I don't know. They took a garden hose and they hosed out the bottom of the piano. They ruined the bass bridge. They completely ruined the bellows. And they mostly ruined the solos. Fortunately, they stopped under the key bed and nothing above the key bed got wet. But thanks to Art Reblitz and Reblitz Restoration, they totally remanufactured those bellows. They took the old ones, which were falling apart, they took them apart so they had the pattern for the multiple air channels inside it. And they used the same thickness of wood, but multi-laminations. It's a little heavier than the original, but not much, but it's much heavier, tighter wood, and remanufactured these bellows. I was going to recover them, but about a month ago I decided I was a little too busy. So I sent the pile of wood from the bellows to Reblett's Restoration, and they covered the bellows for me too, and they work great. But I'll play a little bit of a solo Apollo roll, and you can hear the melody being accented. This does not have automatic damper pedal or automatic hammer rail lifts. It's completely manual, but it has lines on it that tell you when to play soft, medium, or loud.
Jerry, before you start, explain a little bit about the left lever and how that.
Oh, okay. This lever on the right controls the tempo and the motor and the rewind. This lever is the solo lever. And when it's all the way to the left, the main stack, the accompaniment, is the lowest vacuum. And the melody is the highest vacuum. The further to the right you move the lever, the higher the accompaniment volume goes. I'll demonstrate that. Kevin Helinski from Wisconsin, right over here in the green shirt in the camera, has a solo Apollo also. And we've been talking on the phone for the last 5 years. Well, what about this? You know, yak for hours about how these work in our restoration project. So,
when you mention it, is this a very rare piano?
it seems to be. This piano and my brother's piano both were solo Apollos, but the solo system is removed. Oh, and I also didn't mention, this one has the solo stack below the key bed. A lot of them, and I don't know if it's most or some, have the solo stack behind the main stack lifting up on the piano action. This one pushes up on the back of the keys. We have patent designs for a number of different ones, and I don't know if they were all built, but basically you have two varieties of solo Apollo, one below the key bed and one above the key bed. I believe, but I'm not 100% sure, that solo arch Apollos, the automatic expression electric pianos, always had the solo stack above the key bed behind the main stack. So here's a solo Apollo. Accompaniment is lower and the melody is being accented. And if you watch really closely, you'll see the main stack pushing down on keys, and sometimes you'll see the keys going down by themselves. That's the solo stack pushing up on the back. The accompaniment volume and you can hear it. Came down to the lower part of the system, but it's not playing down here. The solo stack starts, let me verify. You can see the solo stack bottleneck starts here and goes up to here. This is where the solo stack is. So even though these are way down here in the roll, they're actually up here in this range. So that's a solo Apollo.
So were the advertisements correct and did it live up to your expectations?
Well, you know, this piano was finished on Monday this week. So I haven't played very many rolls yet, but I am loving it and enjoying it. But it's quite a lot of finagling to work the bass soft, treble soft, damper pedal, and the solo system, and the tempo. Now you can imagine, those of you who maybe have worked on pianos or sold pianos, teaching the public, the regular piano customer, how to push the damper pedal button or a soft pedal button is a challenge. Teaching them how to work a solo system is like a PhD program. Real quickly, the next development was the Art Apollo, using 9-to-the-inch 88-note rolls that would raise and lower the vacuum level, use the bass and treble hammer rail lifts, automatic damper, and a crash system. The electric piano that was sitting right there that was used in the Pumper contest is an electric Art Apollo. You'll hear it tonight at the concert playing an Art Apollo roll. But later solo Apollos and solo Art Apollos would play both the 88-note Art Apollo and the 132-note wide roll solo Art Apollo. And I can only imagine connecting, tubing, regulating, operating that piano. I've never seen one that works.
How easy is it to get rolls?
Well, I have about 500 because I was lucky enough to buy most of the collection that Darrell Armstrong had. Other than that, unless you can talk me out of a duplicate, or if you can talk one of these recutters into recutting 15-1/4-inch wide 9-to-the-inch rolls, rolls are not easy to find. Yes.
Jerry, we definitely give kudos to the designers who figure this stuff out at the factories, and obviously these workers in the photograph, they were probably saying, I wonder what's coming down next, you know, from the head shed. But my question goes to the music department that lays out the rolls, the original, you know, that are going to be duplicated for sale. They must have a major music department just to generate the specialized rolls for the...
Well, yes, and you're going to hear about that next, right next door with Art Reblitz. And just one more real quick thing. The first guy in the picture, I ran this picture in the DeKalb newspaper, and his grandson contacted me. His grandson is my age. He still lives in Arthur's house, and he came to visit me last week and heard and saw this piano. Thank you very much for coming. At the concert tonight, you'll hear this, you'll hear the electric Art Apollo, and Art is next door in the room to tell you about other things, and here you are now, Art.
If you have a blue chair, please take it into the other room or ask somebody and we'll take them in there for you.
Thanks, Art.
Oh, and Mr. Keith, who you'll hear a little more about soon, worked for these companies, and he said that typically Melville Clark himself could be found in the department where they were experimenting and designing new things.
That's amazing.
Very good. Sharp memory. He remembered all the details of how this was done. He remembered all the people that worked for each one of these companies.
I really think that's the heart of this talk is how the coin rolls were made. It's a lot of fun. So when I get home, I'm going to pull out my encyclopedia and read everything about Keith that I can find, pull out, because I know it's been there, but it just kind of lost track. The next part we'll talk about is when Melville Clark died in 1918, suddenly a bunch of changes took place and operators started making their own rolls and things like that. And we'll talk a little bit about from that point till the end of roll production around the early 40s. All right. Title as long as you want it. Short title for this talk might be QRS's coin operated roll division. That doesn't sound very exciting, so the subtitle might be The Mysterious Little Known Division of QRS that supplied music to the Chicago coin operated and orchestrion industry, its people, products, and its ties to the other important Chicago roll manufacturers. Harvey would be proud. Melville Clark established his piano company in Chicago in 1900 and moved to a larger new factory in DeKalb, 60 miles to the west, in early 1905. He was a leading pioneer in the player piano development, producing many firsts in the industry, including the 88-note push-up called the Concert Grand Piano Player in 1902, and the first 88-note grand player piano with an internal mechanism in 1906. He was granted dozens of patents for player reed organs and pianos, and you've seen many of his innovations in Jerry's talk. The QRS Music Roll Company was founded around the same time as the Melville Clark Piano Company. While Melville ran the piano company, his younger brother, Ernest Clark, was the president of QRS. Ernest helped develop perforators and other roll-making equipment. He also held at least a dozen patents of his own on player mechanisms and roll-making equipment. QRS became the largest manufacturer of rolls for home player pianos and expression pianos for over 100 years. The QRS also had a second division from around 1907 through 1920. This was the little-known coin-operated roll division. It was never advertised, and it was only known to the companies that made the coin pianos. While it was in operation, it produced most of the rolls used by Cremona, Seabird, Coinola, and others. Practically everyone who owned a home player piano between 1900 and 2000 knew about QRS player piano rolls, and at least a few QRS rolls have remained with almost every player piano to this day. But the coin-op division has never been discussed in QRS roll catalogs or literature, and it seems even the present-day owners of the company don't know this rich part of their history. Here and Tom Sprague and Art were interviewing him for about 3 hours in the mid-70s when his razor-sharp memory still retained all the details of his work. He's told us that he adapted player piano arrangements for orchestrion rolls at QRS until 1920, and then for the Clark Orchestra Roll Company until 1924. And then he bailed ship and went to the Capitol Company and worked with them until 1930. The coin-op division of QRS used a special transcribing machine for converting 88-note piano masters into coin piano masters. This machine played the 88-note player piano master on a tracker bar and drew new lines on blank paper in the A, G, H, M, or O, and other scales. So all of them. This new pencil master then required extensive editing to fit the shorter scale of the orchestrion roll, and then adding automatic registers for drums, solos, and that sort of thing. Every QRS coin roll master was the same length as the final production roll, but with sprocket holes to maintain rhythmic accuracy as it went through each editing step. All rhythm scales used by the editors and arrangers were graduated in the same steps as the master rolls. The drawing boards and hand punching machines for the masters had sprocket feed, paper drive, and matching ratchets to ensure accuracy. This is the mechanical equivalent of the WIND program developed for the computer by Richard Brandl for doing the same kind of thing that is done today on the computer screen. Keith's first job at QRS was to add drum parts and controls to the G and the O rolls. After a few years, he became expert at recognizing the playing of each roll artist, and he could arrange from scratch in each artist's style. This would come in handy later when he worked for Clark. The Clark business went in 3 different directions. Number 1, Tom Fletcher bought the QRS music roll division and moved it from DeKalb back to Chicago. Number 2, Wurlitzer acquired the Melville Clark Piano Factory in DeKalb, and they eventually used the Apollo name for a completely different system than what Jerry has shown us. And number 3, Ernest Clark incorporated the Clark Orchestra Roll Company, transferred his ownership of the QRS coin-op division assets to a new company, and moved the coin-op division from Chicago back to DeKalb. The new Clark Orchestra Roll Company was incorporated in January 1920, ending QRS's involvement in coin piano rolls. Clark's papers of incorporation show that the assets of the new company included all of the QRS coin-op perforators, so that I guess the QRS probably didn't need any 60-inch stuff anymore, so they took all that. The transcribing machines, etc., that Mr. Keith described in detail. Plus all the special masters arranged for electric player organs and masters belonging to Seberg, Marquette, Symphony, Engelhardt, Dahl, and others. The assets also included a file of popular music for electric pianos valued at $25,000, and goodwill and growing business of the QRS coin-op division valued at $20,000, but transferred to the new company at a price of $45,000. Their blues pianists brought a refreshing new style to coin piano rolls. Johnny Honnert and Pearl White were theater organists, and their arrangements sounded especially good when edited for Cornell O and Seberg G orchestrions. Unfortunately, operators never made any Seberg H or Cremona M rolls, so you're not going to hear that repertoire of those styles. A great variety of music styles derived from QRS and Columbia Capital artists that provided the basis for coin-op rolls. It provided an exceptionally fine library of music for the A, G, 4X, and O rolls into the 20s. Unfortunately, the radio in 1928, followed by the Depression in 1929, brought an end to the coin piano and orchestrion industry. In 1929,
and like what you found, what Julian has found, and you start putting all these little stray facts together, and it all paints a picture that seems like it's pretty coherent and accurate.
I would love to see that machine that transcribed 88 note to various
They had, again, at Clark, at QRS, the master rolls were 1-to-1. Typically, master rolls are 3-to-1 for greater accuracy, but Clark used sprocket holes in everything. They controlled it like this. Keith said the whole accuracy of everything was dependent on that ratchet that was fitted to the arranging board, the master punching machine. And the process went like this. They took the 88-note master, put it on this transcribing machine that had tubing that just took the holes of the other roll scale and operated the styluses and put it on the right width paper for A, G, H, O, M, whatever.
That's crazy.
Then they had a pencil master that all had sprocket holes and it was all accurate. And the next step was for the editors to add the other parts, and he said they were so careful. He never even listened to a lot of the rolls that he arranged. Roddicker did. He listened to every roll. And later in the years, I think probably after Roddicker left and Keith left, then Clark rolls got pretty sloppy. But while everything was working, the next step was to give it to a master puncher who could punch the beginning and the end of each slot indicated by the line. Then it could go to another puncher, person who ran a manual punch, to punch in between the beginning and end holes, because that didn't require the accuracy. And then from there, it went to perforating. And they had a Seberg H. They had 2 or 3 other instruments that Keith didn't really recognize because he didn't work with them. But they had a big Clenola orchestrion and maybe an H photo player, and then some other things so they could audition all these roles before they went out. He said they had to be right. We knew what we were doing, and we were just careful. And he said, at the end, at operators, he would go to work in the morning when it was dark in the winter. he'd work all day in his little cubicle. He'd leave the factory when it was dark again at night, and that's when he had to buy glasses. But that was the procedure used, and it's something that in talking to people at QRS, I really wondered when the executives of QRS lost all this history, because I don't think anybody's been aware of it probably since the 1950s. Cordlander would have known.
Yeah.
He lived into the 60s maybe.
61.
And after that, Ramsey Tick, I doubt if Ramsey ever knew anything about the coin-operated roll division. But I feel it's really important because they were feeding all this great music, arranged to begin with by all these great pianists, onto coin piano roll, compared to the old Opa on the Wurlitzer and the other ones. Yeah, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, how big a business was it? I mean, at its height, QRS claimed to be producing over 1 million rolls a year.
Player
right?
piano roll.
Yeah, player,
Yeah,
whole player. So
right.
this had to be a tiny fraction of that, right?
Right, but it was still significant.
It must have been significant enough to do it.
Keep Ernest Clark going. At one time, they advertised in a trade journal that Clark Orchestral Company would now supply 65-note player piano rolls because nobody else was interested in doing it. I don't think they made very many. I've never seen one. Yeah, Tim.
With the transposing machine from the 9 to the inch QRS to the 60-inch A or G, would that machine also shift the, would it transpose that over the stuff that was going to be lost from the transfer to 88 to 65? Or was that
I don't
done by the
know, but
editors later?
Keith's and the other editor's job was to fill that in. And there would be nowhere to put it. No, I really doubt if it had hours.
If it was duplexed, maybe they would grab it and say, okay, if it's a C1 or a C2 or C0 or C, they would transpose it up into the
It's
transposer
possible, but I don't think you see it. And in some roles, there are missing notes here and there that suggest that it didn't do that. But if that's the case, then he was able to read the rolls without hearing them, because he didn't have a machine to play them on as he was working on them. Now, he did have the 88-note master to look at, though, so it could come from that. Any other questions?
How many rolls could they punch at one time?
Who knows that? How many rolls did QRS punch at one time? It's probably the same as their production perforators that they still had recently.
I thought it was 10.
Yeah, I think QRS punched more than that.
At one later?
I think so, like 14 maybe.
When I visited them in New York, they said, and Max Portlander was still living when I was there, and he said, I could count the spools on the web there going into the machine.
Okay, and didn't they have two perforators running from the same reader?
You know what, I can't say because they weren't doing anything.
At one time they did. They had one tracker bar and reading mechanism. Again, that was all sprocket feed connected to two of those perforators in parallel.
They could have had more spools that weren't loaded,
Yeah.
It could be that that's the case.
All I could add is that when we had some custom rolls made 25 years ago, I think it was 18 is what you got.
So maybe it was 9 per.
I think they were cutting 10 and throwing away the bottom sheet. It fits. And on a double gang perforator.
They weren't doing any production at the time I happened to visit. Cook was in his room with his green piano there, and we spoke with them for a few minutes, and then it was time to go. They were busy, and you're just visiting here. So. But
another comment that Keith made, at this time Dave Junction was making new roll arrangements for A, G, and O, and I was in on a little bit of it. We were doing it for Darrell Armstrong, and Keith could not understand how we could do this on a drawing board without ratchets, without the precision advance. And Junction explained to him, well, it's because Malone's perforator nibbles in tiny, tiny increments. And Junction's arranging was very precise. It was extremely neat, and it came off pretty well. What I was doing, I only made a few songs like this on my drawing board. I didn't want to punch them myself. This is the A roll that has Cruising Down the River and Music, and Beer Barrel Polka and these other songs. The ones I did, I was having perforated, hand punched by Mrs. Kittner, Mike Kittner's mom, and she could get really sloppy some of the time, or else another employee that he had could get very sloppy. To the point where it finally got to the point where I quit arranging rolls. for a number of years until the computer-operated perforator came along. Because I thought, there's no point. Why make something that people blame on me? And it was impossible to hand perforate one-to-one masters for the banjo orchestra because the timing is just too precise, like a reproducing piano would be. And so that's when I stopped arranging until Carl Lambie was the first one that I heard of with a computer-operated perforator. And right then, Bob Gilson called me and said, "Hey, Art, you have to get this program." And Mike Ames helped me to set it up, and that got me back in the arranging work again. But Keith couldn't understand how this could be done without that ratchet system that he was familiar with. And I asked him, "Could you sit down and arrange a Pete Wendling arrangement right now?" And he said, "No, but if I had all that equipment, I probably could." He later became an important music educator in the city of Chicago. My high school band director named Lyle Hopkins, went to a conference that Keith put together in the 1950s to unite Chicago area band directors into some organization. And of course I didn't know that until long after both of them were dead. But he had a music studio, he played various instruments and taught, and then sold supplies and things. So, yeah, Terry.
Do we know how many of the marking pianos have survived?
I don't.
Does anybody?
The one QRS marking piano survived. Do you know anything, Julian? Operator's equipment is all gone.
You get the. Do you mean marking piano or recording piano?
Either.
Because obviously QRS. You get those pictures of the Aeolian one in the '60s. There's a chance it survived, but I've never heard of it.
I don't know.
Nothing. All the Welty stuff has gone. All the Hupfeld stuff, God knows. Aeolian stuff was bombed in the war in London. That's all gone.
Dave Junction said that the Duo Arc piano used, the masters were heavy paper or cardboard, and he said that was all destroyed, but I don't know if
There's 2 or 3 Keystone have got. Richard Groman has certainly got a handful.
Yeah.
He's given 1 or 2 to.
But for the marking pianos, I don't know. Yeah, Mike.
I saw a Welty marking machine in a Swiss museum last year. It had the little round rubber disc with the pointed.
Well, that was the organ one from
for pipe organs.
from Joel Armstrong, didn't it? That's
No,
where
they
it came
got
from.
this one from the United States.
That must be the thing that Darrell Armstrong had then.
Yeah.
Armstrong declared once that he couldn't figure that perforator out, or that recording system out, therefore no one ever would.
Well, the description of it is in the Bowers book, very accurately.
And Joyce took some nice pictures of it in situ in Kansas.
I actually saw it, and this was years ago, and it was on when the elevator was still working in the at Player Piano Company. We went up to this creaky old freight elevator to the top floor where it is in pieces, and he showed it. And there was there's a table saw up there with a lot of sawdust, and Darrell had his cigarette with him. I didn't let the ash drop off completely. So I took as many pictures as I could.
He's got lots of different punch scales in the same head. It's quite a beast.
Okay, well now I'll transition to my next talk.
Did you have to read this one as well?
So, in this registry and rollographies. So we're going to click on Introduction and Menu. First we've gone to mechanicmusicpress.com homepage. Then go to the left column to Registry and Rollographies and click on Introduction and Menu. This is the index. Now on the left side it shows you the index of all these instruments that we've documented. I'm going to start showing you a little bit about Apollo, since that's the theme of the convention here. Terry Hathaway immediately dug into this and did all the research he possibly could on Melville Clark and on his piano company. When he was probably half done with this, he was posting it, he was uploading it to the site, and he found out that whenever he would go searching for some particular topic on Melville Clark or related to it, it would just direct him back to our website. Showing that
Such is
Terry
life.
has put together the most comprehensive history of Apollo and Melville Clark that exists on the web right now. A lot of this is with Jere DeBacker's help, because he's the one who studied and put together the first registry for Apollo pianos. You go through the history, some music trade review, news releases that we consider are pretty definitive about the history of these companies. And then I wrote this list of some Melville Clark Piano Company firsts, like the first 88-note player piano, and then QRS, which was always tied into it. And then in this site throughout, there are many little thumbnails over here. If you click on that, it brings up another whole page. And if you don't know that, you're missing half the website. But here's some of what Jere was going through in the previous talk. There it is. Then you click on back and continue down. Here's the company. Again, you can click on it. The impressive new factory.
I always wanted to drive down and see what's left.
Going down.
It's about
More on
90
Melville,
miles.
more on music trades. There, somewhere in here, I was there in 10 years ago or so. 2010, 5 years.
Oh, there it is,
5 years ago. This is what the grand Melville Clark and then Wurlitzer factory ended up looking like in 2010. And I put a note in the site down here. If you're a former Wurlitzer employee, please contact us and tell us what was in some of these parts of the factory.
Silly question, Art.
Yeah.
Would a Google search find that? So if someone searched Wurlitzer factory, would it get down
Yes,
to
it
those
should.
links?
And,
'Cause
Terry said that when I'll get to more aspects of this site, but we have a compilation of all the Wurlitzer factory sales record or factory manufacturing records that we could find, and including for the band organs where they were shipped to. And he said, as he was uploading this, you could type in the name of some obscure person that bought a band organ in 1910. You could enter that in Google and it would already find even an obscure name in a PDF. So their searches are
because I'm just
really
only
good.
thinking because employees wouldn't be looking at this site, they may be
Right,
just generically Googling it or a young
There's a
relative.
possibility.
Yeah, brilliant.
Okay, so different views of the factory here. When I saw it, there was a leasing company that owned it that was trying to save the viable parts of the building and lease them to small manufacturers or whatever. That's one of the original water tanks that you'll see in the original factory picture.
Yeah, the postcards.
Additions over the years, and now you can see how the roof is crumbling over here. This wall is crumbling. The windows are starting to be gone. Another collapsed part of it. And this ugly building over here, that's concrete block and painted gray, was an addition that Wurlitzer put on much later. As of today, the old plant has been torn down in the last 5 years, and all that remains, if it does, is this concrete block modern structure that's all remains of the DeKalb Wurlitzer plant. To keep going, and here I have a timeline, chronology for all these things that Jere was talking about, when different things were introduced, and then styles. Again, click on the little thumbnail.
Oh, that's a fancy one.
Beautiful art case players that Melville Clark made at one time, and it's an early one because it has that pull-out pedal mechanism that pulls out from the bottom of the piano. There's a more plain case, probably like one of the ones that he has in that room. And then a few of their other styles. A grand with the remote cabinet that had the pump. Everything except the pneumatic stack was in that cabinet. That was one of their first styles. And Jere helped us put a lot of this together. Cabinets, finishes. Now when Wurlitzer gets into it, we talk about some of the Wurlitzer Apollo pianos. We're interested in learning more about the Apollo Art Deco. I don't believe Melville Clark ever made an Art Deco piano. I think this is a Wurlitzer development working with Amphion. And this is an example that was in the Shays Buffalo Theater in Buffalo, New York. In fact, Terry gave us these pictures. We're always soliciting more information if somebody has anything interesting, or if you want to write another web page on your own favorite piano, we're open to that, but we'll probably never get into home player pianos.
There's the motor running in a thing of water.
Or reproducing pianos unless somebody else wants to do a whole lot of the work. Some of Clark's inventions. Here's a patent drawing for one of these 2-stack pianos. Jerry has one like this with the downward striking in front and the vertical pneumatics for the solo stack pulling up on the keys with this little hook, this little L-shaped lever. And then you can come down and see more and more. And these are the names that the Wurlitzer used out of the Wurlitzer factory ledgers on the pianos that they were producing over the years. This is Jerry's compilation of all the factors that you can report, the serial number and the plate number and all these other things, how many ribs the soundboard has. Okay, and when you get to the bottom of one of these pages, there are 2 kinds of buttons to click on. One is research information that we found. In this case, you can look, we don't have the complete Wurlitzer archive, which we couldn't find in the Smithsonian. Dave Bowers photographed a lot of this when he was working with the Smithsonian. And Terry then transcribed it. Okay, there it is. This is one of our typical registry reports. This is in the original order of the Wurlitzer factory ledger, starting with piano number 80,000, and in this case going down to 118 pages later, piano number 82,474. If your piano is made within the range of one of these reports, you can find where it was originally sold, the original finish, and when the date, what date was assigned to it in the factory ledger. Again, that's a small fraction of what Terry Hathaway's been doing. He's been compiling this in relational databases using Access, so that he can print out, if you want a report of all Wurlitzer pianos made with walnut veneer in 1927, he can print you a report within the information that he has. Uh-oh.
Oh, just click on that.
Click this, I'll go back. Yeah, there. So the other aspect, with all these other reports, see here's one grouped by style of piano. There are reporting forms. So this describes, I'm waiting, this describes
Broke into their website.
all the different aspects. I'm not sure what this report is, I'm sorry. But
I know what it is.
this one is a survey reporting form. So if you have an Apollo piano and you have a computer, you can put your name, all your information, put a check on the form.
That was
say,
on that
we
one.
want your name on our report. Typically, we leave it private. We don't report this unless someone asks us to. Model, style, serial number, all these different parameters that Jerry talked about. So it makes it easy for you to, if you have the cabinet open and you feel like looking, you can find all these little details. If you don't, we would still like the serial number, you know, and just kind of what model it is.
Jerry's
so that
pretty
we can answer
insistent
the
on
record.
finding
Every
that.
time somebody reports one of these pianos, it helps our understanding of the history. Let's see. Okay, the project report is the summary of what Jerry and Terry Hathaway have put together. This is one of the registries that was really put together by somebody else other than Terry and I. But these are known Apollo pianos. Serial number, what type of system, case, veneer, plate, and then when you get down to the finer details, they're in a paragraph underneath, or in notes underneath. But with this, you can kind of look through it and get an idea of when your piano was made, what other pianos exist that are like yours. And with Melville Clark, it's interesting because they kept making so many changes, and they had these electric motors and phonographs and all these other things.
There's mine right there.
So this is kind of
10599.
compilation of all of
I
our
don't have all this
research
stuff in there.
in this report. Backing up, we'll go back to the menu. There's that magnificent factory that was probably twice that big once it was done. When I stood there and took those pictures, this train track with the tiny steam engine that could drive through you could run it through the basement window if it were actually that size. There were 2 sidings over here, and no, they were these sidings. That's where I took that picture from. And the rails had been taken out. You could still see in the ground where they had been, and there were still some piles of old railroad ties and stuff sitting there, standing right there, where all these box cars full of pianos left that factory for the United States and probably all over the world at one time.
Did you count whether it had the same number of pictures in real life as it did there? Because the German
the factory had been added on to so much it was hard to compare.
Because one thing that Rex Lawson did, he counted the windows against the actual illustration, and they always illustrated with more windows. They made everything to make them look more impressive than they really were.
Oh, yeah, they have little trolley cars that are on the table and little tiny automobiles. Always profuse amounts of smoke coming out.
And that's a good thing.
And so beyond Apollo,
That's funny.
getting back to the registry, my
That's funny.
main contribution to this was Seaberg. And for this, because Seaberg made so many different kinds of pianos, used so many brands of pianos before 1920, and had so many mechanical changes, I like all these design changes. And so I've documented, each thumbnail opens up another page, the different kinds of pianos that they used, how to recognize it, piano plates, and then for the keyboardless pianos, and this was all with the idea of figuring out when a Seaberg piano was made. That was always hard because they had all these weird serial numbers. But you figure out which kind of piano it is from this information, and then you go to this chart, and if it's a Smith, Barnes, and Strober, you know it was made in 1909. If it was this kind of piano, this is when they were made. And again, the only thing that correlates to the Pierce Piano Atlas is Hadorf. And by looking at other aspects of these pianos, and then extrapolating from details of Hadorf's with known dates, we were able to create the dates of the other brands of pianos that they use. Which are totally wrong in the Piano Atlas. Not the Seaberg one. I finally sent this to the guy that publishes it, so they corrected Seaberg for Seaberg pianos. But for Seabold and Graham, just ignore the Piano Atlas. Like, as Jerry said, ignore it for the Apollo pianos, because they're wrong. Wurlitzer pianos are wrong in the Piano Atlas. Until you get into the 1970s, they're probably right.
So are most of the Aeolian numbers as well.
Aeolian, sure. Every upright duo art I've ever seen was made in 1927, according to that book, and they weren't.
They've misunderstood the stuff that's made in different sequences. They've flatly misunderstood it.
So if you really want to get detailed, you can see all the different mechanical designs that they used in their parts. Like here's all the different kinds of pipes that Seaberg used in their coin pianos and orchestras. Used many different kinds of flute pipes. We have examples of every style that I've seen anyway. And this goes on, roll mechanisms and pumps. And we have done this to a lesser extent for other brands because they're not as complicated. Like Nelson Wigan hardly ever made any changes. And for some of them we just don't have much information. But this is probably the most comprehensive report on Seabergs that has ever been done that nobody can find because of the index for the website. All kinds of different reports. You can look up in here and see how many Seaberg G's we've heard of or how many H's. And that doesn't mean it covers all of them, but it covers quite a percentage of what exists today. So you can go look at those reports. And then, again, we have Link, Operators, Mills, Musical Box Society was given all the records on Mills that were collected by Ed Hatra, whose name we put, when Mike Kittner and I wrote the book on violanos, on repairs, we suggested that people send information to Ed Hatrup about their violino. Well, they did. Over 100 people did. And then he donated it to the Musical Box Society, and they made it accessible to us for the website, again, without owners. But you can, for example, on Mills, there are some of the very early machines, a little bit of their history, what the differences are between an early violino and a late violino. Not as extensive as some of the other brands, but products that they made. And the survey here helps you figure out how old your violino is by looking at the piano serial number. So there's a wealth of information there. All these other brands, you see Hupfeld isn't lit up yet, so we don't have that ready. Peerless, Philips, Welke, we haven't done yet, but we hope to. Then you can get down into rollographies. Terry has been spending the last 2 years making a complete rollography of Wurlitzer 65 APP rolls that other people have done in fragments, and they all agreed to let him borrow from their work. So this is the first comprehensive list. Terry already had the Wurlitzer harp rollography that includes all the rolls from the factory. In orchestra rolls, concert rolls, and then we're happy to give a link to anybody else's rollography. If the Amica or DuoArt rollographies are online, then we'll add a link. I haven't been aware of the link. So anybody else that has anything else that they would like to link to this that is pretty error-free, we're happy to do that. Yeah.
Maybe I could add something here. When Ed Sprankle passed away, he had a very large collection of original catalogs and a very large quantity of photocopies of original catalogs that Dick Howe had
And Howe
photocopied.
sent me a set of all of those.
Okay.
And the person who's doing A, G, now O, H, 4X is Matt Jarrow in Annapolis, or where is he?
He's outside of Washington State, in
Gaithersburg.
Gaithersburg, North Potomac.
Matt has also used an Access database, relational database. And you can send Matt Jarrow an email. You can find him in the directory. And ask him, what are the tunes on roll 641? I don't have a tune list. And he'll provide you with that information. He was hoping to put his entire rollography for all these different types online, either with Amica or with Mechanical Music Digest. And he hasn't done it yet. I'm not sure how that's working out. But because it's in Access, he hasn't printed out reports like Terry has. Terry has all this in Access, but on this site, but he prints reports that you can see because we don't want anybody manipulating the databases other than one person.
The reason I brought this up is that I still have at home about 26 cardboard boxes full of these photocopies. I sent them to you. Yes, all came from John.
Yeah.
So at this moment, they're sitting in Alan Turner's garage.
Okay.
And
if there's anything there,
but what I'm getting at is I better coordinate with other people who are doing the same thing, that we don't duplicate what has already been done.
Yes. And we're trying to be like a clearinghouse for any work that anyone has done, so that at least you can find access to it here. And if we've left something out we're interested in adding, I want to know about it. I think all of Sprankle's stuff is also in Matt Jarrow's hands, as well as all those old playwright catalogs or lists and everything he's been able to get his hands on. I think probably covers much of that, much of those copied things. Automatic music roll bulletins, Clark, some Capital, but not for O-rolls. Then there's another one, Rick Crandall, the Coinola O-roll rollography. Rick Crandall just got interested again. He bought Coinola SO. We just went through it again. And yeah, it's taking a little time. But Crandall has a very interesting website with art. He's a very good author, photographer, and researcher. And he has all kinds of interesting things on his website, including some that are outside of this field. We're not connected right now. But anyway, you can go there and see. really interesting stories about his adventures climbing the Colorado 14,000-foot peaks, which he's in his early 70s and he's interested in tackling all of them while he can. He's done probably half of them. He's going for the hardest ones right now. This summer's has been lightning every afternoon. You can't do that when there are storms around. But you'll find all kinds of good things in Crandall's site. If this has disconnected anyway, that gives you an idea of some of the things that are in here. You can see an essay with photos on how to change a link endless piano roll. Makes it easy. And also good articles. There, of course, Jerry's piano orchestra biographies or descriptions are here. Links to all kinds of other resources. And just if you know that you just have to explore this left-hand column to find what you're looking for, there's a wealth of information here, and I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention.
Yeah.
Should I leave it on? Thanks again to Rob for helping me with my other talk.
Corner, go through here, and that opening in the neighbor's fence, they go through there. They got a regular trail through the development. And the dog comes here? Oh no, they're very domesticated. And the older ones actually stop and they look both ways before crossing.
Oh yeah, that's funny.
No, I'm not. They're very.
Well, I just saw one.
Nobody feeds them.
I just saw one right there.
Usually, there have been times I'm coming around the corner and they're walking across my driveway, so I gotta stop in the middle of the road.
They can actually turn into real pests too.
Well, there's not that many that they're pests.
That's funny though. It's just laying there.
Oh no. There was a mom in the neighborhood with twins, but I haven't seen her for a while.
That is just hard to believe.
Sandy would love that.
Yeah.
They're in West Dallas. You see them?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh,
like out.
Actually, they walk up the steps and they eat my geraniums.
Oh, come on.
I had to put,
that I can believe.
I had a petunia and I had to put them both on the deck a month ago because they were all shredded up. And then they came back. And then it hailed last night and my plants are all shredded again.
Hail, well that's not good.
No, not nice at all.
Well,
Goofy deer.
The time that I saw deer ran the neighbor's yard, jumped his privet head. No.
I wonder.
Look at him.
Mama. The deer are horrible mothers. They walk away from their kids. I've watched them, they just walk away and the babies are eating and they look up and mom's gone. They just walk away. She never looks back.
That's funny.
That was.
bus ride to the concert. To see Jerry perform.
Oh, we're going to there. There's the King Center right there.
The concert. Yeah, I think that's what it said. It is the King Center. Translated. The center of the kings.
Oh, it does. I turned it up. Oh, I turned it up. Let's see what it
It's just a curiosity issue at this point.
So Paul, are you one of those stage door Johnnies?
No.
Darn.
But I did see her when I was close to graduating from college. She showed up, and I knew her. And I tried to get a date with her a couple times, and she turned me down. Finally.
Why'd you turn him down?
She wasn't sure of my reputation. My reputation for
I knew his sister.
Oh, okay.
I knew his sister.
Oh, they're letting people in. Nope. Now you can go in. You'll get one. Probably.
Careful what you ask for, you might get a piano.
Yeah.
No, I got one out.
Jerry will gladly give you one.
I wouldn't want to pay the shipping. I did that once and send one out to Barrel.
record.
Automated Musical Instruments Collectors Association. Yeah. The concert opened with a phono Apollo. This is an Apollo player piano that also has a phonograph built into it, so you can play your records as well as your rolls. This was a Washington Post march. Piece that was written by John Philip Sousa in answer to the Washington Post newspaper's essay contest, and to celebrate the winners, he wrote this march, which now has many uses and much recognition across the country. Don O'Hara and I danced a little one-step to that march. Probably the most common dance. If you look at old silent films, you'll see lots and lots of people doing the one-step. You just take one step to each beat of the music. Anybody can do it. And as the tune said, everybody's doing it now. It's quite a dance craze. We'll get to see some more dancing a little later in the program. Let's tighten that down. All right. To move us forward, we're going to hear an old favorite, The Sheik of Araby, with Adam Swanson and Dick Krekel joining each other. I hope they are backstage and ready to come on. Let's see. Dick, excuse me. Are you there? Come on out. Please give a big hand to the
No, it's the same.
Drag out of Jere DeBacker how many hundreds of hours he's spent getting these Apollos rebuilt and in this really excellent concert condition to join and share all these old pianos. Please give Jere. Is currently in graduate school at the Peabody Conservatory of Music in Baltimore. But he's also the 4-time winner of the World Championship Old Time Piano Contest. Please welcome Adam Swanson.
Thank you so much, everyone. I'm just absolutely delighted to be here. It's my first time to an Amica Convention, although I have been player piano crazy for several years already. And we'll see what these Apollos can do. I really love them. I'm just delighted to be playing them. I'm going to start out with some music of the 1930s, such fabulous melodies in those days. And first, a medley of songs from the early 30s from Bing Crosby's first movies. And one of my passions is looking up and finding the few stars of that period who are still with us. Not many, but there's a few. And one of them I've become really good friends with. Her name is Mary Carlisle. Mary's 101 years old now. She was in 3 movies with Bing. And just as delightful as she can be. I hope I get to see her later this month out in California. So I'll do one song from one of her movies with Bing, Learn to Croon, actually starting out with Please from the big broadcast. Then I'll do June and January and wind up with, from the movie Two for Tonight, From the Top of Your Head to the Tip of Your Toes, You're Beautiful.
ad for the Apollo piano. In these ads, numerous words were italicized in order to give the proper emphasis, and so I'm going to read those italicized words in a way to help you feel really what it was like to read the ad. Soul thoughts of composers have been sought by every great performer on the piano and found by many, but they were searched for in vain by the makers of player pianos until the invention of the Melville Clark solo Apollo piano playing. It brings out the melody in strong relief without subordinating the accompaniment, and accents perfectly. No matter if the whole keyboard apparently is used as an accompaniment, and the accented notes or chords always come in their proper place with rare infallibility, revealing the true soul, thought, and mood of the composer. The solo Apollo accents exactly as the human hand accents, minus the human failings and mistakes. The solo Apollo had a decided advantage over all other players in being the first and original 88-note player, built only in the famous Melville Clark piano, known for its brilliancy and richness of tone and for superior workmanship and finish. By means of its accenting features, this is the tech talk. Self-acting motor, adjusting and transposing device, automatic rewinding of a music roll, and particularly because it strikes down on the ivory key in front, just as the finger of the operator strikes the key, retaining that distinctly human touch. By means of these things, it has already distanced all competitors. And better than reading or hearing about it is to hear it yourself. We're about to hear The Hummingbird on the piano roll.
That's one we
Jere.
picked out.
for all of you who don't yet know that you have listened to Jacqueline Schwab. If you've seen any of the Ken Burns series, the Civil War, or Mark Twain, or baseball, she's worked on half a dozen of them. And that piano that sets the tone, that creates the mood, that takes you there, is Jacqueline Schwab. Please welcome her onto our stage. center, can we bring up a few more lights if possible? These two in the center are twins that have been separated since birth. They were built within 10 days of each other. They were surely on the same train to Denver, and they've been signed by the same technicians, and they were sold to different places. And they have not been reunited till tonight for 102 years. This is their younger sister. This is 1913, 1916. And she's going to give Jerry will come on out again, please. Jerry, join us because we need you to help her get started and get the right name of the piece. It is Segunderwissen. The Art Apollo. Oh, it's this.
That's when we listened to last night.
1916. I don't know.
They all look alike until you get to know them.
And he's been, see, does this one have those same controls? They're different. Yeah, you've seen his hand sort of playing not on the keys, but near the keyboard, and there are subtleties where you can change the tempo or the softness, and he's giving that interpretation to the role. So there's an artistry even to playing the piano role. It's called the Art Apollo. Oh, the Art Apollo. Oh, yes, the Art Apollo will play itself. Huh? And how old are these rolls?
They're old as the piano.
The rolls are as old as the piano.
Hopefully plugged it in.
What do you mean?
That one goes by itself.
I got the best seat in the house right here, being able to watch all the keys go up and down. Here's the lay of the land. We would like to invite Adam Swanson out one more time to give a couple rousing pieces before our intermission. We will take an intermission of about 10-15 minutes and come back for one more round, not quite as long as the first half, but a few more wonderful pieces that you don't want to miss. Could you hear the dynamic range on that? That it made itself softer and warmer?
Thank you very much. Sorry about that. We can't hear a thing back there. Well, what a beautiful piece, gosh. The only way to follow it is with something completely different. So here's a rag from the classic era, written by the father of St. Louis ragtime, Tom Turpin, 1903, for the St. Louis, Louisiana Purchase Exposition, the World's Fair. St. Louis rag.
Ooh.
So this is our arrangement of Pine Top's Boogie Woogie.
welcome Donald Wilsbrook.
A real change of pace here. Jerry asked me over a year ago, knowing how they cut so many accompaniment roles for player pianos and reproducing pianos. He said, "Is there anything you can come up with?" And I thought, well, you know what? All through the 1800s, in the early turn of the century, opera themes were so popular, and as many of you probably well know, there were a lot of roles cut with opera themes and arias and whatnot. So tonight we are representing the intermezzo from Cavaliere Rusticana and the meditation from Thais. And being an orchestral harpist all my career and used to watching somebody up there with a stick has been quite a challenge. Because what's on the roll with Jerry is actually the whole orchestra part. I'm playing the actual harp part as written. And to have to look over and follow a bunch of little holes and try to land my part with that has been, well, interesting. So, wish us luck.
Has to transpose. I don't transpose.
Changing the key.
kid who handles the music box was hitting the ragtime tune. Back at the bar in the solo game sat Dangerous Dan McGrew, and watching his luck was his light of love, the lady that's known as Lou. And out of the night, which was 50 below, and into the din and the glare, there stumbled a miner fresh from the creeks, dog dirty and loaded for bear. He looked like a man with a foot in the grave, scarcely the strength of a life. But he tipped his poke of dust on the bar and called for drinks on the high. There's none could place the stranger's face, though we searched ourselves for a clue. Well, we drank us out. And the last to drink was Dangerous Dan McGrew. Crew 3 pianos back on the stage just a little bit to make room for our dancers that are about to come out. And I thought this would be a good time to recite a poem by John Updike titled Player Piano. My stick fingers click with a snicker, and chuckling they knuckle the keys. Light-footed my steel feelers flicker, and pluck from these keys melodies. My paper can caper, abandon is broadcast by dint of my din. Yet no man or band has a hand in the tones I turn on from within. At times I'm a jumble of rumbles, at others I'm light as the moon. But never my numb plucker fumbles, misstrums me, or plays a new tune. The dance troupe that's coming out is called Watch Your Step. A vintage dance troupe that amuses and informs the public through the presentation of dances from the past, some of which, like the foxtrot, have evolved into ballroom dances that we know today. Among the most scandalous dances of the era was the Argentine tango. Today there's something that's Argentine tango, and this will take a whole lecture that I'm not going to give tonight. But when the tango first came to America 100 years ago, not what came to us in the 80s that we see on TV and such as Argentine tango today, but that ragtime tango, that early tango. One newspaper account of the time said, "The tango appalls lovers of sound manners and morals, and is an immodest and basely suggestive exercise tending to lewdness and immorality."
All right.
I'll let you judge for yourself. I find it very fun to dance myself. And as for those of you who saw me portray Irene Castle earlier today, I think mostly dancing is good, clean fun. The player piano and that sudden spreading of music throughout the country led to a dance craze as well. So please welcome Watch Your Step. reaches the soul through the senses, banishes care, bids worry be gone, and spurs imagination beyond the dull confines of everydays out into the vast emotions of the ages. And to the player piano, mankind owes a debt that can never be paid. For this instrument has brought to humanity music. Music at the beck and call of mood or whim. And best of all, a self-created music reflecting in its interpretation the thoughts of one who controls its expression. This is a tribute, a justly earned tribute, not alone to the Apollo, but to all player pianos. For regardless of the name on the fall board, these instruments the world over are satisfying the musical hunger, giving solace to mental wounds, soothing restless souls, and giving little children an insight into the hidden beauties of harmony, which is a foundation for happiness in later life. Own a player piano. And honestly, frankly, any player piano is far, far better than none. We are at the very end. We got 3 more tunes. I would like to welcome Dick Krekel and Adam Swanson back on the stage because they're going to play 3 tunes to pull us out. And after the show, you are welcome to come up on stage and take a look at the pianos. They are something to see. And there will, Jerry, come here, Jerry, not only did Jerry rebuild these Apollo pianos, but Jerry brought in all of the talent for tonight and organized this whole convention with a great deal of help from many of you. I know, but please.
Thank you very much. That was Down Yonder, early hit for Al Jolson, I think. And now Dick and I are going to play a special rag written by a ragtime composer named Joe Jordan. And we learned this from our good friend Johnny Maddox. It's called Corsica. And also throwing in another song, At the Ball, That's All.
Thank you.
all A gates.
Will be the last one.
Yeah. You can stand.
Look it. I'll stand back here with you.
Oh, there's nothing to see.
Look at how nice she is. Come on. Go. I'll stand with you. I'll sit. You can sit on my lap. He's being shy. I don't know.
Oh, that's. I've had kids. That's my oldest one. So I know
Right
what
here?
they're like. Yeah, him.
Looks like you did a fine job.
How old is your son?
Hey, Jack, how old are you?
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Are you going to be? Oh, that'll be fun.
So he's planning on teaching a few things. Hey.
All right.
You guys going or coming?
Going.
California. You're going to California.
I've never been to Denver. This was an experience. At the airport, you can have the driving.
Yeah.
Exit here for all A gates.
Southern California. The beach. We're going to go to the beach.
Oh, okay, so you live here.
Yes.
Please watch your step.
It says this is 58. And what's the famous beach there?
There's a lot of them.
No, but there was another one.
Venice Beach.
Venice Beach is pretty famous.
Please keep clear.
Anyways, I drove back.
B gates.
I think her sister lived in Anaheim. We had to catch a bus, and we waited 45 minutes for a bus to get to Long Beach. That's what
Yeah.
the beach was. There was nobody there. I talked about that. That was so famous about this.
It's a beach no one goes to.
Oh, I'm 58, I think.
That was a nice time to go to that beach. It was 58. Now it's. Yeah, my wife's parents grew up in Southern California. So, you know, it was pretty cool then, you know. I mean,
Hold on, please. We are approaching the station.
yeah, near Denver, yeah.
Exit here for all B
There's all little bitty fans on the wall turning. Look at that.
This thing, when it takes off, it really takes off. I thought, holy smokes, you really got to hang on. When we went that little thing, I was standing. And then I wanted to go out there, so I was expecting I had to go out this way.
Yeah, kind of.
I don't do things.
Hurry around like cattle.
clear. And hold on for departure to all C gates.
There's another one behind us.
Oh, we're getting to Seagate?
All right,
That's the last one. The shuttle.
Wisconsin, right? I've heard about it.
I'm not a sports fan.
No, I've been to Wisconsin once.
Oh, really? That's
Yeah, he likes sports.
Have fun at the beach.
Wear sunscreen. I found that out.
Yeah.
Exit here.
I got burnt real bad.
I guess we all
We're gonna go out. That way.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah.
Seagate
All
out.
passengers, please exit.
Goodbye, Jack. Bye-bye. Take a seat. I want to go.
Well, we got to go up, but I think you can go up this way too. Elevators and whatever. Don't make me nervous. That's Loomis Road, I think, right there. 76th Street, Loomis Road. Pretty sure. That was 76th and Loomis Road just crossed. They had the 4 big baseball fields. Take up a lot on this.
Well, when you take why didn't you take it up with piano players?
There's the freeway. There's I-94. There's the junkyard. Yeah. We're landing right now.
Tables in the full upright and locked position, and all your carry-on items completely underneath the seat in front of you. Once the captain gets to the gate, he will turn off that fasten seatbelt sign. At that time, please do be careful when you open the overhead bins. Your items tend to shift during flight and could fall out. You may now use the cellular function of your small portable electronic devices, but please remain seated and keep your carry-on stowed. This is the termination of our flight here in Milwaukee, so please ensure that you grab all your carry-on items. Double check those seat back pockets and on the floor just to make sure that you don't leave anything behind. We know you have many choices when you fly. We want to thank you so much for choosing Southwest Airlines. It's been a pleasure having you on board this morning. We look forward to seeing you on another flight. Have a great day here in Milwaukee or wherever your final destination may be.
Final destination is home.
It's not the fair.
No, I don't go to fair today. I think my legs have been enough.
Yeah. Now you'll have lots of stories to tell people.
I got nobody to tell them.
Did you grab them extra copies of that thing we got last night? Because I was going to put them away and they were gone.
Yeah, I got them in one of my envelopes.
So I'll give one to Tom, show him what he missed. Give one to Alexander. C-19. It says we're still at 2,000 feet.
I think you're wrong.
Time remaining 1 minute. 6 miles. It must shut off at a certain point. That's it. We're here. Remain in your seat.